say anything bad about him.
Where do we put the microphone?
On your right side.
Right
As
side?
close as possible.
No, the right side. It's gonna be in there.
Presenting on the right side now, and this changes everything.
It's just because people think.
Can you hear me? Is that what?
Hello.
It's not okay.
Can I put it on top of that?
See something?
I'll say something.
What did you say?
It's low.
It's too low?
Yeah.
But I can't put it closer to the face.
No, leave it.
You can turn it on.
Yeah.
Maybe I should talk louder? I can talk louder. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Go what? Okay, what do you want me to say? Oh, I think that's too loud, I can hear me.
So the minute you hear that ringing sound, bring it back.
I have my microphone. We're testing the microphone.
Hi, me too.
What's going on?
I need somebody with good eyes to check the focus here.
I'm sorry. Is that the video? Does it look good? Yeah. So, ways when the page is visible. Okay. Is there any sound?
There's a sound.
You don't want it to like look really good.
The only thing that I can do. In some countries in the world, it's free to get it's okay now.
Yes.
Yeah.
200 minutes.
Well, it's at the end. So the this guy so it's always reaching.
I'm thinking of a Janet. Janet, I was thinking like if someone said something that's not great. Yeah, I put it on Facebook.
Well. Oh, yeah, it's like having my moms and kids. I'm Is that the previous one? Oh my gosh, that was a group since already. It's come a long way since then.
Wait, but we're gonna pause it then. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, so it's, yeah.
It's yours. You're gonna put here.
Alright, start this. Just click anywhere.
I am.
Alright, go back.
There's one.
Yeah, I put it on the
Let's try another one. Let's just try another one.
I repeat
This is the thing, it's like if people smart, it's so much.
Yeah.
I think that's how.
Oh,
Yeah. It's like.
Clicker's not going right.
They're in a different format. Are those batteries new?
Yeah. Clicker's not good.
The batteries are new.
Not the, even when I'm over there, it's still doing it.
Yeah.
It sometimes works.
Just, you think you click really hard.
So you gotta look at this specialty.
If it doesn't work, try it again. You'll see you gotta trust it.
Stand here, that battery. I see all the coffee.
Well, I'm like, sorry.
Hold on, Jasmine. Oh, it worked?
Perfect.
Yay. No, it's okay. I
It might be a quarter house. I think it's being ordered, that's the shit. Open up So press it really hard.
You're zero.
Oh.
There's a, we have a little couch in this corner. And that's what it's big.
我知道他们知道的，所以我搜索到。我认识。专门有的是就是不大。
I wonder if it has to do with the fact that it's not raised in the computer.
So odd that they both. We're having issues. But we're trying to hear right here. I mean, that should be in the. Yeah, there.
很大。毕业。
The only thing I could think of is I don't have it.
Wait, the picture,
That's not what I thought it was.
I'm okay now.
It's just so odd to me that they both still work.
Yeah.
Work together.
See their face.
So you join the fire or not?
It's always a secret for.
You know, she tells me you're better this time before.
Small things.
Maybe they should make one. Danger.
Streets of freedom. You should do like visual based like thesis and something.
It doesn't work at all.
Is there anything to like?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it works here.
Boring.
This is working. So where?
It's moving from the station. Yeah? Okay.
I understand.
Just people need to know expressing.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's working fine now with guidelines, I need time.
Okay.
So just be methodical about
Just important. Sharing food, it's good, but they think it's supposed to. It's supposed to be access on actually see, that's everything.
It's definitely better.
Okay, so we can Okay, totally. Okay.
没办法，我1年才第2年我有房屋数，第3年前面后半部，因为中间我就算了一个，就是我们叫 MID， 就是好像我就全美国就我知道是不是 MID， 人家都叫 我们班就2个，那个人也是他最后他顶品说他叫高品学生，就是家具，不是他就自己做家具，然后就不停的靠自己，然后他就要证明那个他做第1年就花了大概2套房子，第3套。所以他说的那个我悄悄在门口放一人拿的就是比那个这个房盖做的那个是拿那种非洲木料手把。
Is it okay if all your videos start when the slide is in there?
那个烧法是
How many do you have? No one?
因为来了，把它上。
Cameo. Oh, amazing. Excellent. Are you super flattered? Or thank you.
There's no really push us to the downgrade. Ever since I was
back to the system or with the sentinels actually. So like people use those too and it's not supporting that. And then you source the ability to something doesn't done yet. Very but oh my god! Because then like something working on excellent. So actually, our company is so actually, so why would actually become a new model? Copy back. So I think it's very beneficial. Yeah, the original. So many functionality is not so bad. So like the new copies always on that shit. So we're saying that we can better function. Yeah, because the thing is that people that really need to use it will use it. They take care of it. That is more function. It's also useful. Actually, so the next model is in quarter 3 of this year, and actually it's going to be international model, and so that while we create a new tower. Cannot be the needed it's not a tablet, it's a computer. It looks like I hate iPhone. So that's right here. I'm going to switch actually back to that way. You have keyboard, but that's something I only use they did some general that's their market. You say, well, I want an iPhone. The problem is if it does, it's not working. Yes. Oh wow.
I was gonna stay up until I never took to finish it.
So everyone thought that was a real, and I was like, oh, I can stop that. I used to not I just came yesterday. Never necessarily something. They are not. I'm not sure.
At the end, everything's nice. At the end, we'll be nice on silver.
He's from the actually from Australia, so they're like they're so used to whatever. Yes. They freak out. But there's so it's like the woods, you know? It's really small. It's like they did a tradition. And saw a walk together. It's like it's one of these get this? I don't know. Oh, yeah.
What are you working on now? Yeah. So if you can make your way up to our seating, that would be great. Good.
So hi, everyone, please come.
Everyone, if you can please come in, settle in. We'd love to get started. People in the kitchen are rolling out the bottles. Really. So I'm going to Italy tomorrow. Buongiorno. Buonasera. It's really lovely to be hosting the second day of the thesis presentations for the Pratt graduates of 2015. My name is Deb Johnson, and I am the executive director of the Brooklyn Fashion and Design Accelerator, which is the space you're in. We're dedicated to sort of the next step of design life, which is entrepreneurship and people starting their own businesses and helping people really take what our sort of squeaking by business is and turning them into viable companies. So that's what this space is about. We also do a lot of events and presentation sharing. Are you okay? Okay. You sure? So we welcome you all to the space. It's wonderful to have you here. And as I was previously the chair of the industrial design department, so this group of people as a community is very dear to me. So it's lovely to be able to continue to be a part of sort of the process of people coming to Pratt and building their talent and then moving out into the world. And with that said, I'm going to introduce one of our thesis advisors, Katrin Müller, and who's going to take it from here.
Thank you. Welcome to the second day of the thesis presentations. I wanted to just say a few things about the MID program at Pratt. It's a 3-year program, of which the first year is dedicated to foundation, the second year to research mostly, and third year to thesis. And this is the outcome of that 1-year investigation you were seeing yesterday and today as well. I also wanted to just briefly talk about a new program that became part of MIT, which is the Global Innovation Design Program, that 7 out of the current MIT students presenting their thesis actually participated in, and some of that experience is of influence in their thesis and hopefully the future of their career as well. One of those Pioneer 7, as we call them, is Aldana, who will be presenting now. And even though she doesn't want me to be today, I will do it anyway. So what I would like to say about Aldana's project is that there's a fine line where a project can become conceptual and real at the same time, when it turns into an experience and a product, and where it applies to certain scales and fields of expertise. Aldana is well equipped to do just that, to walk that fine line. With her background in architecture and now IT, Aldana enjoys working in that in-between space, and her project clearly reflects that desire to create a spatial niche for people.
I'm gonna talk about my project called More Sky today. First of all, I want to show you a little video, some sort of a trailer, but I'm gonna talk about it afterwards. So, I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so that was a little peek at what I'm trying to do. But now I just want to zoom out a little bit and tell you where this all comes from. Katya already said that I'm an architect and I practice architecture for a while, and that is heavily influential in the way I do industrial design now. So this starts as an attempt to, the thesis starts as an attempt to understand how these two disciplines really, how they talk to each other when they don't talk to each other. So I have an obsession with micro architecture. I think that is the perfect scale where architecture and industrial design necessarily need to talk to each other. They need to collaborate. So these are some examples of some standalone structures, but microarchitecture is not only an independent building, but it can also be attached to existing structures. This is why it's called part city design. So several examples from to your left, houses for post-disaster in Latin America. In the center, each one of those colorful parasites actually holds a different function from that house, so each person can actually move them around as wanted. And then the third example is more like an urban, it's like an urban project, but it's basically called urban acupuncture. So there are basically a lot of tiny interventions in the city for different ways of using the public space to get to people today. So at this point, I try to figure out what is my approach, what is my context. So I was always looking into urban environments, small living. So then at some point I posed this question, this is a survey, quite popular survey I did. And the question was, if you could add a room in the place you live, what would it be and why? So of course, as expected, I received some really specific answers. So the first one was, I want a balcony, a terrace, a sunroom. The second most popular was, I want a reading room. And the third one was a studio space, a place to work at home. But more importantly for me, it was the qualities that people describe when they say why or how they feel in that space. There was really a common thread between those answers, and what they had to do with all these qualities. So space for light or feeling free, or fresh air and views. So all these different spaces, even though they have different functions, they had all these common qualities. So at this point, the premise of my thesis, it becomes an attempt again to reveal the sky using the topics of sky, light, and air to bring it to the home somehow at this point. So I started looking into all those. So the first example to the left is 1937 in England. So people realized that their kids need more vitamin D. So they built these cages, actually patented. So they put their kids there so they can get direct sunlight on their skin. The example in the middle, that's actually trying to pursue different views. So the question is, why do I have to always have the same view outside of my window? So then they just open it in multiple directions. The third example is about getting air directly. So this is basically a window that falls out into the balcony. So it's either a window or a balcony. So this other projects are also interesting to me. So the first one, Santiago Cerquera, he basically comes up with a whole instruction set to expand your house. So to build that structure, which is like a temporary scaffolding, but then he finds a way to legally actually keep it on the home in a permanent way. The second one is about psychological experiments in the 70s. So it's this idea of being outside of the window, separated from the street, and being completely exposed while being in an enclosed environment. Lewis Wood's War and Architecture, he basically says, for people who haven't lived in cities that have been bombarded, the window represents something completely different than everyone else. So he makes a series of designs saying like, okay, how can we actually start redesigning, thinking about that context. Finally, the third project is by Studio EMD. So they're this facade modules, and they're all the same module. They come out different distances from the wall, so they become the interior. When it's flat, it's just a window. When it's a little bit bigger, it's just a window seat. And then when it's bigger, it's actually a space to have a desk, and it's part of an office. So not only in architecture, but also in art. James Turrell has this installation, a series of installations called the Skyscapes. And he's always framing the sky. He's creating an interior setting that also affects the way in which we look at the sky and we see the colors changing. So at this point, coming with all the results from the survey and all these ideas of light and air connected with the frame for the eye from James Turrell, I started trying to build a window niche. So what I'm trying to do here is outside of your window, what if you can come out and instead of having like the regular experience out of the window, you can have a more spatial experience while still being inside of the room. So I started looking at different ways in which we can admire what's around us. A little bit of an experiment, trying to still be connected to the room, but kind of be a little bit outside. One option being completely open, like we were, if it was a balcony, and then one option being partially enclosed, so it's a little bit of a sense of privacy. So a little bit of testing. What happens if we actually, instead of just seeing the whole sky like that, we actually have it kind of constrained into a little frame. Then some activities that you can do in there. If you're part of the room, if you're like in this lounge area inside the room, but then outside on your head, there's actually just sky and the elements. So some mechanism testing. In the beginning, they were a little bit more abstract, just the idea of like having a membrane covering the window, but it's also something that you can activate to come out. And after this point, I realized that there are already existing mechanisms, and they're called windows. So there was an opportunity here to use these existing mechanisms and to give each one of these products a little bit of an extra thing to generate the space, this niche that I'm talking about. So at this point, the question, if it's a product, if it's about market, then how would it be if you could buy more sky? So what I'm exploring now is 3 directions, is 3 different products as part of the line of products. Each one is inspired in one existing window mechanism, but they all add a little bit of something. So the first one I'm going to talk about is Hopper window, which is my favorite. So it's based on that kind of mechanism, so the window just opens like that. And in this case, my window has the same mechanism, pivot on the bottom, and it has a cover, a telescoping cover that can open and frame the sky, keep the space closed, and hold you in there. So this is the way in which you operate it. This is the sequence from the inside to the outside. There's also like a seat that comes with it, so you feel more comfortable in it. Then this is an idea of what you would be seeing in the sequence of sitting down and leaning out. And then this is a view that we don't typically have unless we have a balcony and a building that has more floors above us, or if it's a terrace. So this is an idea of someone using it. So from the inside is this idea of becoming a lounge chair, a comfortable space. But then when you see it from outside, you're actually outside of the building. And then of course this should be treated as part of an interior design space. It should be designed, it should be combined with everything that we have in there. So the second one is the casement window. As part of this window, so you open like that. But in this case, this window opens and brings with it a table and a roof. So when it's closed, you can use it as a piece of furniture. But then when you open it to the outside, that's the sequence. When you open it, the space inside is flush, and then you have that volume that you had inside is now on the outside. So this is a good opportunity for apartments or for windows that have just another building in front of them, where they have a really nice view. But then when you twist it a little bit, when you rotate it a little bit, then it makes a huge difference. So I just keep comfortably enjoying the window. Yeah, so you would just be sitting in there and like enjoying the light, enjoying the view, or simply meditating. So this type of window kind of references bow and bay windows, where you have a space to sit or kind of relax, but also on the outside you have like this lateral view of the street that is quite beautiful, especially in Brooklyn. The third model is going to be the awning window, which is kind of like the first one, like inverted. And then this one is pivoting on the top, and it has two fixed panels on the inside. So the way you operate it is you have like the folding thing on the bottom, and you just unfold it and push it out, kind of like a swing. And then you have the space there to lean out and look down, up, or to the side. Yeah. So there's like one kind of romantic aspect of this kind of design, which is just simply like waiting for someone to come back or coming out of the window to greet someone. That's also like a nice thing because you're outside and you're looking down onto the side or whatever, but then what's on top of you is just glass. So when it's raining, you just imagine the sound of the rain touching the glass, and you're just out there, but you're inside. And then the other thing is a little bit more related with vertigo. So it's mostly for high-rise buildings. So it's not as romantic, it has a little bit more of adrenaline. But it's also connected to, but people do that's in Chicago, I think this year's hard. Yeah. So a little bit of a touch of reality. So I'm thinking about two different applications. So this is, the first option is considered a retrofit system. So it is a window to replace existing windows in existing buildings. So as such, the language of the windows that I'm designing is to be the same as the language of the existing ones, because of building regulations mostly. So that's why these are all three models. They look very similar from the outside, and they have the capacity to copy different types of windows. And of course, there has to be, we're there. So there's this idea a little bit of the camouflage as well, because when it's closed, this needs to look exactly like other windows look, and then when you just open it and when it's in use, it is this extra thing. And the other possibility is for new construction. So what I'm seeing here is that the design is not as constrained, it's much more free. But also, there's a way, well, it's like a really quick time. Basically, you have like a maximum surface on a piece of land to build on. So this window niche could be as a temporary expansion space. It doesn't actually have to compute when you compute the maximum square feet that you can build a lot. All right, so that's it. This is the last slide. So I just want to leave you with a little bit of an angle view. So just pretend you're sitting in the hopper window. Out the window inside the niche, and you're looking up, and this is the view that you would have of the sky and the clouds. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, my name is Ignacio Rubino. I'm also a thesis advisor of the program. I'm going to read something. It was really hard to find a word that could describe the experience of working with Megan. I think for a better understanding of this process, a combination of perseverance, talent, and sensitivity is definitely what speaks better about it. Her work is full of subtle details that are key in order to design objects and systems that can be connected with them.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meg Chaya. I'm here today to talk to you about being playful. We tend to dismiss play for adults. It's perceived as unproductive or as a guilty pleasure. We reach adulthood and we get serious. There's no time to be playful because we all have more important things to do. But that really couldn't be further from the truth. Play is often ignored, but it really is essential. This whole process actually started about 2 years ago when I attended a design camp in Denmark, the theme of which was design to play. It really completely changed the way that I think. And since then, I've kind of devoted myself to this topic. The bulk of my research comes from the work of the gentleman in the center. His name is Dr. Stuart Brown, and he's the founder of the National Institute for Play. He has spent his entire lifetime studying the effects of play on all ages. He states that by its nature, play is uniquely and intrinsically rewarding. Play generates optimism, it makes perseverance fun, leads to mastery, fortifies the immune system, fosters empathy, promotes a sense of belonging and community. Conversely, depression, stress-related diseases, interpersonal violence, addictions, and other health and well-being problems can be, in some instances, linked to the prolonged deprivation of play. So, in essence, we play to keep our minds, our bodies, and our societies functioning. And hopefully we all play, but I would venture to say that most people don't really understand what that means. Though difficult to define because it encompasses such a large scope, I define play simply as an activity with stress on active, be it physical or mental, where means are valued more than the ends. According to experts, including Bob Hughes, who is the author of a book called Play Education, free play is one of the most beneficial types of play. Free play is self-chosen and self-directed and is guided only by mental rules. Think of it as a child playing with a set of blocks, building anything that we can imagine. Because of its limitlessness, it requires focus and ingenuity, and therefore has a greater capacity to unlock knowledge and understanding. I would take a bet to say that most people equate playfulness with a few set of ideas. Being silly or childish, playing a sport, winning a game. And these are all completely valid means of playing, but it isn't the only way. There are actually 8 different types of players, or play personalities. Generally, every individual identifies with one strongly, but not limitedly to one of these categories. They are jokers, competitors, directors, storytellers, creators, collectors, explorers, and kinesthetes. Think of it as a Myers-Briggs test or a theory of multiple intelligences. It is, generally speaking, just a guideline to better understand people. So I set out to uncover what my play personality was and how to help others find theirs. I tend to take my work, but not necessarily myself, very seriously. When you work creatively, this can have its drawbacks. Part of this process was to figure out how to practice what I was preaching. I unintentionally started this process with a nonsensical time filler. Became useful experiments that aided in the development of my further proofs of concept. Some might call this being resourceful, but I find it, I like to think of it as finding purpose within play. When I was anxious, bored, or tired, or frustrated, I made a ball, which you can see here and in the gallery. I honestly can't tell you at this point why I chose a ball, but I can assure you that the perverseness of it was not lost on me, nor my classmates. But anyway, it started with some wire and then wood, some shapings of resin and yarn, and then they all sort of sat there for a while. So often we associate the ball with athletics of one kind or another. Throughout its very ancient history, the ball has taken on so many applications that one could and have written books about its importance. John Fox writes in his book, The Ball, like no other toy, it facilitates free play amongst people of all ages. The functions are as limitless as the ways that they can be made. They can be inflated, knit, cast, lathed, printed, packed, rolled, blown, wrapped, sliced, and grown. They can be solid, hollow, or malleable. When finished, they can be tossed, balanced, twisted, arranged, or assembled. It's quite a versatile form. So then I put two and two together. What if I were to design a ball for the 8 ways that we play? What would each do? What would they look like? What if these objects might better help people understand how they like to play? What if they were subtle enough to function as building blocks, or in this case, building balls, to better appreciate what it meant to be playful? Suddenly, my spherical garbage pile transformed into a material library, providing manufacturing references and functional inspiration going forward. Because of the open-endedness in all of this, and because even play is guided by rules, I set guidelines for myself. Each ball would be inspired by the essence of the 8 play types, but could also be used independently of that person. Call me old school, but I wanted these to be low-tech or no-tech solutions. And lastly, since these balls would function as part of a collection, they would all be the same smallish size that could fit into an adult hand. So these are the 8 spheres of play. Each idea started with researching the essence of the persona, talking to people that identify themselves as such. Then I sketched concepts for what the person might play with if that were a sphere. I began experimenting with materials by hand, and for more complicated models, I made 3D constructions to aid in further construction. First up is the exploring. Exploring can mean setting out into the world and finding new places, but in essence, it's about discovery and understanding. In the Explorer sphere, there are 5 different layers, textured all in different ways, which invite the user to delve deeper and deeper into the puzzle. It was inspired by ancient Chinese puzzle balls that were hand-carved out of stone, which created elaborate microcosms. The objective is to line all of the balls and the holes up, but it doesn't need to be completed in order for the object to be enjoyed. And while I didn't carve this one out of hand, I think filing down each depression gave me more taste of its labor intensity. Competitors play to win, or at least they enjoy keeping score or look at the challenge. For competitors, rather than designing a game, I wanted to make a free-floating plastic hourglass, which could add a sense of urgency to literally any activity. 2 caps are included to allow the hourglass to stand upright, but it is left open as the hourglass portion inside can rotate within the outer sphere, makes it inherently more toy-like. Storytellers thrive on the use of their imagination. For this persona, I made a shaker and a set of dice. Each die has 6 different symbols. The symbols are based on a language called Bliss symbology, which is invented by Charles K. Bliss. Each picture does stand for a word directly, but in my opinion, it's very open to interpretation. Think of it as emoji for an analog era. The dice can be cast to create random imaginative narratives. For the creator, I drew inspiration directly from one of my initial material experiments. I was casting wax and silicone and trying to figure out how to join them together without using glue. The creator sphere is a handle that can hold any artist's medium, be it a crayon, a pastel, or a piece of chalk, again, to encourage freedom of use. Directors are born leaders. They prefer to organize and oversee. For the director sphere, 4 components become a gavel that are held together magnetically. A rubber handle is cast for comfort. The metal disc serves to join the 2 together, but also serves as a sound amplifier. The plastic disc, which nests inside, can be an additional sound block or a surface protector. The handleless model is actually inspired by the Apple suites to the United States Senate. Kinestates are born movers and fidgeters, but they're all for non-competitive purposes. For this, I utilized a gyroscopic weighted ball. The concept for the inner mechanism is borrowed from a product called Dynaflex, which is a tool used in physical therapy and athletic training. This version uses the same idea, but it adapts it to a more home office aesthetic. When you pull the string, the weighted ball rotates, and if you rotate your wrist enough, you can actually keep the ball moving. The Joker is all about nonsensical silliness. This toy was actually a happy accident made from leftovers of silicone. The bottom portion is solid, but by flipping it over the mold a few minutes before it's set, it formed a thin shell on the top portion. Because of this, it wobbles unevenly, and if you blow into it, not only do you look completely ridiculous, but it inflates like a balloon, yet returns to its shape. And lastly, the collector. Part of the joy of collecting is about possessing a thing, and another part is about keeping it safe. The collector sphere is a take on a cryptex, which is either an old puzzle or a word invented for the Da Vinci Code, but it is a locking system that keeps an item safe from harm. In one version, I had hoped to use a clear case so that you could see the item, be it a ring or a coin, but it structurally left the item very vulnerable. In this version that I have in the gallery, the key container is metal and can only be accessed to the combination. Each ball functions independently as its own tool, but can be used in a multitude of ways, belonging to part of a greater collection. I consider toys and tools to be synonymous, as toys are tools that facilitate play. So think of this as a player's toolbox to uncover their own personality. Sorry. Another goal that I set from the start was to embody play as a means of doing work. So often these concepts are put at odds, but I don't believe that they're all that different. In an early experiment, I was trying to cast a hollow sphere, but I don't want a rotational mold. So here I am, shaking and throwing these small molds around, hoping that something might happen. My classmates and I literally played, well, trying to remold castable materials. The aim here was to use the results as a mold for vessels that could then be produced in multiples. And while the idea was well and good, the materials I had access to just weren't structurally stable enough to do so. They just kind of became these sculptural pieces. But they did end up serving a purpose, which I'll get to in just a minute. This leads me to the idea of subtle play. Throughout this entire process of understanding play and play personalities, the question really became, now that I have this information, what do I do with it? The objective then became to integrate play subtly into objects of everyday use. The first is a set of two objects inspired by the forms and movements of the failed hand-rolled mold experiment. The bowl has a convexity built within the bottom that allows it to wobble and roll around freely, just like one of the plaster experiments did. The angle cup top comes from the incompleteness of the hand-rolled mold, and it becomes parallel to the floor when bounced on the ball. When the items are placed inside, it becomes a display. The second is a spherical container that wobbles back and forth on an uneven weighted base. And since sometimes play is just about, sure, why the hell not, it has a wheel to roll on when it's not wobbling. Taking the idea of everyday objects further and combining my love of that with furniture design, I wanted to make a stool that played off of a few different personas. We've all probably seen ergonomic chairs. They're great for lumbar support, sometimes they look like exercise balls. While taking cues from some of these chairs, I wanted to make something that was influenced by play, but that could be integrated into a more home setting. The stool I ended up with is named Oblio. It was inspired by toys and a few different play personalities. Part of it is the element of silliness, or the Joker, because it bounces and wobbles around. It requires balance to sit, has a full range of motion, balancing on a half sphere, and that is largely inspired by fidgeting, which is a trait closely associated with misdeeds. The main component is a rubber half sphere, initially inspired by one of my material experiments. The final prototype incorporates castable foam, which you can see here, within a rubber shell, which allows for a lighter overall stool. The seat is lathed and has a ring that fits down into a recess within the wall, which then has a recess that fits onto the plug of the base. The same detail is incorporated into the feet. Here you can see the parts of the chair as they fit together. Basically, it is a very simple stool that is fun to sit on, but one that doesn't look like it belongs in the gym. This is just one example of play translated into product. And I think that this principle of designing with play personalities in mind is essential to slowly integrating play back into our lives. Play is important, we need more of it, we need to embody it. I set out originally to understand the whys and hows, and while I still have a very long way to go, what I can say for sure is that play matters. My awareness of playfulness has transformed so many parts of my life, from my design process to my sense of self and to my overall well-being. It is my aim to incorporate play more fully into my own life, and I'm hoping that somewhere along the way, be it something that I've said or made, or some sort of personal discovery that you make on your own, that you might all be inspired to do the same. Thank you very much.
That's enough. Hello. Nice day. At one point, I don't know if it was this semester or last semester, Elaine told me, actually she confided in me, like, no, she's really honest. Most of the time. She said, you're pretty weird, Henry. I was like, oh, okay. I thought I knew that, but it's one thing to know something, but it's a whole other thing to hear. This is a different level, so doesn't it take one to know one? You know? I didn't say that. Okay. So Elaine is a super special person. I mean, there's no doubt about that. If you disagree with me, you know, I have time for you. You know, I think that at this point, being that classmates, you've spent time together, you probably know each other so well in every way imaginable that I, as like teacher, advisor, are probably like very far removed from the real yourselves. That's how I feel. But I think in the course of trying to advise a thesis, it's like, all right, in the beginning, it's like you have this grand vision. Oh, wow, this idea could be really amazing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. And after 5 years, it's like, okay, no, that really matters. You know, I think I mentioned to some of you that, you know, if you're like a parent or something, you think, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a child, and he or she's gonna grow up, become a lawyer, or meet somebody really nice, and you know, marry, have kids. Yeah, right. I kind of like feel like I think the more removed I am from the process, the better it can be sometimes. I feel more and more. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But I think that the only thing that I can do as an advisor is to be there, you know, physically, and just let them know that you're there. And I think that, Elaine, you've probably given me that chance to work with you in that way. You came to every class, and you know, just kind of like listen to what I have to say, or my silly responses, that imagination, something like that. And I really appreciate that. I really do. And I think that, I'm covering up the title. Mutual misunderstanding. Yeah, that's kind of like a description of our interaction. Right? No. I try to understand where people come from. But this, it was really, really fascinating. You know, I know this is like way too long. You realize that I'm kind of like, you know, I needed this. You realize that, right? Okay. Aside from being a super special person, very hardworking, just like surprise, really surprises in every way. It was just super pleasant to have you around. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you. And I'm so curious as to what's going to happen now. Stuff, right? Okay. Is that fair?
Yeah, the bar is like here now. And you're just aiming for here, come on.
I didn't mean that. Anyways, Eleni-ku, please take it away.
Okay.
Show us your stuff.
Thank you, Henry. So, usual misunderstandings. For the past year, I've been investigating remote cross-cultural collaboration, especially those moments when collaborators think they understood each other, but really they have no idea what just happened. Let's face it, communication is hard, especially if you've never met the other person, and you're doing it remotely, and you've never met the other person, which is the exact premise for GID, which I took part in last year. So 3 schools in 3 different cities tried to collaborate for an entire semester. I personally found it really difficult to know what the other people were thinking. And fortunately or not, I was not the only one who had this tough time. Recently, we ran another workshop with the current GID students where they had to, again, internationally collaborate. Of the 5 groups, 3 of them directly cited lack of empathy and understanding of the other's emotions as a huge problem for remote communication. But because we had warned them of this and learned from our mistakes, they were able to navigate the collaboration much better and had great success. So these are 3 of their projects. I want to highlight, though, it's important to know that there is no substitute for just saying what you're thinking or asking questions or being honest. But it's not always easy to speak freely. The environment you're in, the culture you've grown up in, your personal degree of comfort, so many things have a hand in how open and receptive you are to what others you are saying and to let you yourself share. So communication is a common problem, and so many people have addressed it in many different ways. I, in particular, looked at the work of Kate Hartman, Kelly Dawson, and Keisha Dixon, which I found to be particularly playful and engaging. So Kate Hartman, she creates these devices. This one is a hat with a comb, and it's just an open invitation for anyone to come over and share some words with you. The next one is a muttering hat, which takes all the little thoughts in your head and creates this audible sound for you to share with someone else so they know what chatter is going on in your brain. Kelly Dawson acknowledges the fact that you can't always act 100% how you feel. Sometimes you just want to scream, but you can't. So her scream body is an insulated device that records the sound of your scream so you can later release it when it's more appropriate. Keisha Dixon, then, I looked at her anonymous hugging wall. And this one's a little different from the others. It more talks about the fact that as humans, we connect on a very basic level. In this case, a hug. So if anything, I took inspiration from the fact that let's appeal to everyone's intuition, and let's create an environment instead of just a single object. So with those questions in mind, let's go back to where I started, which was remote cross-cultural collaboration, especially among strangers. So I began to ask myself, even if conditions aren't perfect for communication, what can I make to expedite the connection between strangers? And I had a bunch of explorations, but in the end, the science says the clearest communication happens when the individuals can empathize with one another. So how do we create empathy between people? To bring it back to remote communication, I want to propose a new environment for video chat, video conferencing. In this environment, because the environment is your only connection to the person you're speaking with and collaborating with, more often than not, people will look at themselves instead of the other person, or they get distracted, or they'll just find it awkward to be sitting there. So in this environment, it's not perfect, but you can see the other person as a line drawing. You have to maintain a certain distance from the screen in order to be seen. And the goal is to create a setting where you're not concerned about what you or the other person looks like. So you leave all your judgments and predispositions at the door. So your full attention and unbiased can focus on the ideas that are trying to be conveyed instead of how you're sitting or you're looking. The benefits are twofold. One, it's more fun. And two, the characters seen are more relatable than images of people. Comic artists have been using this technique for ages. Here you can see Tintin, the main character in the shop. He's drawn more simply than the characters around him. And this is so that you, as a reader, can project onto him and see his experience as your own. The environment is realistic so that you're engaged, and then the people around are realistic and seen as others, not yourself. So I'm saying that this environment can take advantage of this fact. So speakers can relate to each other better because they see more of themselves in the other person. Meanwhile, the environment can express the subtle mood of the conversation and keep everyone interested. Now, acknowledging the fact that collaboration doesn't just happen within the virtual realm, I began to think about what this would look like in the real world. I can't turn people into line drawings yet, but I can design fluid environments. And knowing that more comfortable environments promote more open communication, I knew I just had to design an expressive, comfortable, and engaging environment. So easy. But keeping with the principles of comics, I wanted to find something very simple that could repeat and express a variety of thoughts. So I landed on the iris mechanism. It's just a circle that opens and closes, but how it opens and closes can show so many different stages of emotion and thinking. I created a video to send to take the responses, and although each person, true to the research, projected their own life experiences onto it, the response to the emotion and the movement was fairly consistent. Everyone could see the energy, or they could see strong emotion like twitching and noise. So I imagined a whole room full of these, where they would reflect the mood of the collaboration and either maintain a meditative feel or draw attention to aggression. But the idea is that this environment is so soothing and beautiful that you're happy to be there, and the collaboration remains open because why not? It's nice to be there. So it relates more to nature, and it's kind of repetitious, methodical movement. It speaks about rainfall and about plant life. And I'm not the first to use this sort of effect. The architecture firm Hoberman and Associates uses a similar movement to control the window framing at Harvard University. So obviously the manipulation of mood and pace for a space can be done, and it can be beautifully done. Looking now at the fact that collaboration doesn't just happen remotely or in a stationary environment, I began to consider what happens when connections are made on the fly. And usually these spontaneous connections are made with a brief moment of eye contact. So investigating the power of eye contact then, in the study here, I blocked the periphery of the two people and I forced them to look directly at each other. The effect was too intense at times, and it turns out that the power of a gaze can actually be strong enough to inspire love. There was a study done by Dr. Arthur Aaron where strangers asked each other 36 questions of increasing intimacy, followed by 4 minutes of silent, unbroken eye contact. It was effective enough in forming connections that one couple ended up getting married. Now, I'm not trying to make anyone fall in love, but I am aiming to improve our relationship. So let's say, let's control and amplify the messages our eyes send. And let's have some fun. So I have 5 of these glasses in the other room. Feel free to try them on, take some pictures, and don't forget to hashtag Pratt MID. There you go. That's about it. Thanks for listening.
Great, take a quick break.
Great job.
Okay.
It's actually risky.
Oh no, what I would do is write it the day before it's due. Okay, so write like 10 pages a day. Hooray! I want to go to college. I'm really excited. So take a crack. Got pretty good. Specifically yours. I had a weird question that came up the other day in my mind. I was like, I gotta ask John. Like, is it like because like sometimes I don't care about that. I gotta go. Great. Yeah. That's why. Like, it sounded like a little kid. And I was like, yeah. He will come to the store. We'll take it.
What is that? Block this off.
No, I want to create, people can't get into the middle. I just want to create a little row. So that one.
You know what, I'm a little worried about this. Maybe we open one, we open this so we have a chair blocking the tables. I'm just worried about something.
I think this is a, people will see this. I don't want people to see Yeah, it's just. Is everybody's on the end?
Yeah.
This way. This way, not that.
I think not. We also have one extra.
We're gonna start back up, we can come together, and we need to push through to our next three presentations. Thank you. Also, just a quick reminder around the, I can do the whole room. That the bathrooms are outside the space, you have to go back out the front entrance, and then they're right out in front of you to the right. And we have comment cards. So if you have comments and want to leave a message about a particular thesis, please feel free to do those. Where do they put them when they're filled out? Great. So I'm not sure who.
Right. We want to start again. Continue. I'm going to introduce Kate. During these two semesters, Kate's work was always guided by a single norm. She describes her working process in the same way as their ideas appear in the dialogue. I would say that there are many ways of doing and thinking in design. Some of them are authentic and genuine. This is exactly what Kate explores in the activities.
Thanks everybody for coming out. My name is Kate, and my thesis reform is all about authenticity. One of the biggest challenges I've had in this process is defining authenticity for my own thesis. So before I tell you what I've settled on, I'd like to look at some areas of culture and history to talk about these issues of authenticity. In a historical context, authenticity is about trust and value. In his lecture, In Letters We Trust, typographer Christopher Jones examines letter forms as security choices, especially in currencies. Although early American states printed their own money using decidedly low-tech processes, printers still had to innovate to contend with counterfeiters. Some printers destroyed their lead type, filing off parts of a glyph, or, like in this image, sawing off the top of the letter form and inserting a spacer to push the letter above the baseline. What looks like an error in printing is in fact a purposeful anti-theft device. In politics, we expect to know intimate details of our politicians' lives. What TV shows does my senator watch? What kind of car does this political candidate drive? How much did his haircut actually cost? We see the answers to these questions as indicative of how political leaders will behave in office. But are these markers of the real person behind the podium or distractions from meaningful political substance? In marketing, the best way to sell something is to appear not to be selling it. Native advertising, like this post in the New York Times paid for by Netflix to promote Orange is the New Black, or this post in the Atlantic paid for by the Church of Scientology, which they took down, or this post on BuzzFeed, which was paid for by HBO, which said I would die in a wildfire attack. Cool. Has become the norm because it's highly effective. However, not everyone's happy about the commingling of editorial and advertising content. The reader can't easily tell what's paid content. How can they tell when something is authentic and objective journalism? Okay, it's time to talk about Kanye. So this year at the Grammys, Beck won Album of the Year for his album Warning. Kanye West later said in an interview that Beck needs to respect artistry and he should have given his award to Beyonce. This brings up all kinds of issues about race, gender, and how awards like Grammys should be determined, and what actually constitutes artistry in modern music. Commercial success does not determine art, but commercial and popular success are part of how Grammys are awarded. Most critics agree that, while Beck is a talented musician who's contributed to the world for years, Morning was not his strongest record and probably didn't deserve the Album of the Year. Many musicians and fans doubt the validity of award shows like the Grammys to recognize authentic artistry, especially when the broadcast of the show affects the awards. When is making good TV more important than honoring the work of artists? In design, authenticity often means that a product bears a certain brand. This brand supposedly signifies the standard of quality in craft, material, and design intention. As a designer, I value all of these things, and I really understand why people worry about changing this definition or challenging the idea of what it means for something to be authentically designed. It can be a really bold statement to put your name to something and claim ownership or authorship. But it also becomes divisive when your name adds hundreds or thousands of dollars to a product. which in turn becomes a symbol of status and wealth rather than a meaningful experience on its own. So the word authentic has become nearly devoid of meaning, or at least so commonly used that everyone has their own possibly very different ideas about what it means. So it comes to us and also the users to assign that meaning. So that we're all on the same page today, I want to show you the definition that I worked with for this process. Authentic is honest, simple, thoughtful, open, adaptable, of undisputed origin and values. This is the definition I've used in various applications. And at times I focused on honesty of form or simplicity of function, other times on thoughtfulness and honesty to address larger questions of authentic experiences and fostering authentic communication. So there are so many possibilities of the topic this broad. What if I applied my definition of authenticity to my design process? What if I looked at how people are challenging traditional definitions of authenticity in design? And what if communication through technology feels more authentic? These questions speak to different aspects of my definition of authenticity, and addressing them all gave me a better understanding of how authenticity really plays an important role in design. So in applying authenticity to my design process, I was really inspired by Belle V, which is an ice cream scoop designed by Carl Ulrich of the University of Pennsylvania at Burlington. Carl was interested in redesigning the ice cream scoop when he noticed that previous designs going back centuries featured similar forms. Considering modern ice cream packaging and user behavior, Ulrich angled and elongated the scoop's head to create a more natural gesture for the user. The resulting product is beautiful and unique, and Ulrich's process is honest, simple, and thoughtful. He saw something that could be improved and improved it. So I worked for years as a user interface designer, and that experience really informs how I think about design. For one thing, it's difficult to truly own an interface design or to really own anything on the internet. Besides that, people who make things for interface design and development often share those things freely. Open source industrial design is a little bit less straightforward, but design firms like NoSigner are forging ahead and making exciting strides in open and adaptable design with undisputed origins. NoSigner is a multidisciplinary firm that's done several open source designs, like this project that they did in collaboration with Mozilla for their offices in Japan. They provide technical drawings and detailed information about off-the-shelf products that they use to create this interior, including iconography and typography used for signage. So technology is not only changing the relationship between designer and consumer, it's also changing how we communicate. As cameras and devices become increasingly powerful, photographs and video are becoming more routine in our online communications. While many people have tiny professional-grade cameras within their reach, few have professional lighting equipment. However, we communicate in large part with nonverbal signals, like flickers of facial expressions and shifts in posture. Improved lighting can emphasize these signals and make online communication feel more natural and authentic. While researching lighting, I was inspired by glow. It has phosphorescent orbs that rest in a base and glow in the dark, providing a soft night light for children that can also be carried into the bathroom in the middle of the night. Phosphorescence might not be the right solution for online communication, but this product is wonderfully fantastical and imaginative. And I think these are characteristics that the mass appeal of technological solutions sometimes discourages. So these are my projects. Lily is a tool for container gardening that I've developed to fit into an urban lifestyle. I observed users interacting with a number of tools and realized that, especially for small-scale container gardening, users preferred to use their hands for many tasks, using only the tools for scooping soil and loosening plants within the containers. Traditional tools were also aesthetically at odds with other accessories in their gardening, which most users were happy to keep within view. The simple design of Lily is a continuous line forming handle and scoop, angled for comfort and ease of use. I tested a number of variations to find what angle and handle were most effective, and I found that by striving for authenticity in my own design process, especially simplicity and thoughtfulness, I was able to be more decisive in my choices. I quickly eliminated more traditional designs or more experimental ones to focus on really being straightforward. This might not always be effective for an entire design project, but it certainly helped me as a decision-making tool to get past any creative blocks during the development of this project. This is Tasca, and it's an open source modular organization system. I wanted to create something that could be highly customizable, and I was inspired by a friend who was creating custom inserts to organize pieces and elements of board games. Board game companies package game pieces in disposable cellophane, making setup and cleanup a hassle. In response, game communities online often share suggestions and designs for custom foam core inserts and cardstock boxes that fit inside a game's original box. These designs are amazing examples of open source and DIY designs with a high personal value. Tasca comes with a community of collaboration online, reaching a wide audience and creating a common language for users. It carries over into the way that Tasca is sold. Customers can customize their own orders by choosing official Tasca models and or marketplace modules. Designers get money for their design selling and are accountable to the customer through ratings and reviews. Theo is a light designed to make online communication feel more authentic, emphasizing subtle physical cues to increase nonverbal understanding. Designed to complement how people video chat with both computers and mobile devices that often don't have built-in lighting, Theo consists of two components: a base lamp to light the user's environment, and a detachable unit to light the user's space. The detachable unit recharges while connected to the base and requires no additional cables or connectors, just holds onto a laptop monitor or smartphone. By lighting both the user and environment, Theo heightens the experience of both formal video chats, such as job interviews where participants directly regard their displays, and less formal chats, when meetings turn into brainstorms, or parents sit together to chat with children, or siblings chat while going about their days. Whether participants are right in front of their displays or moving around, Theo helps them be their most authentic selves. Each of these products address the topic of authenticity in very different ways, but the user imbues them with true meaning and emotion. By considering authenticity in digital design, we can broaden the dialogue between designers and users, ensuring that, when appropriate, products encourage trust and comfort, as well as perceptions of value and originality.
Hi everyone, my name is Sinclair Smith again. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm the new guy. I was brought in a month into this year to replace my own professor teaching thesis. And quickly, I'd like to thank Scott for picking up the phone and calling me and giving me this wonderful opportunity. My three co-advisors, Katrin, Henry, and Ignacio, for guiding me as well. And to these 6 students, Keith, Sam, Selen, Lily, this is Sue and Aldana. Thank you for welcoming me and guiding me also. So from the advisor standpoint, sometimes I think that there's being 2 kinds of theses. There are as many theses as there are students, but there are those theses that come in with a passion from the student, and the student sort of chases this passion around like a rodeo, wrestling a wild animal on the ground. And then there's the thesis where the student strolls into the room with the little wild animal over her shoulder and knows exactly what she wants to do. And we kind of have to go through the process of figuring out how we're going to frame this animal and frame this wonderful thing and bring it to the world. Sam began that way with this gift that she really wanted to bring to children. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm proud to have been a part of it over the past 8 months. Thanks, Sam.
Hi, my name is Samantha Pateas, and this is my thesis, Design to Grow. I wanted to begin with a little bit about myself. My journey started last year when I went through a global project. I discovered that a third of all food globally is either lost or wasted. And when going through this project, I realized a few things. I've never grown anything in my entire life. And I think that that had a lot to do with where I grew up. And I grew up in cities, and this is actually my old block in Newark. You can see the lovely mattress factory across the street. There's maybe a couple of trees lining the blocks, but it's not really much. There's a dead end where the train passes by. That's the Montclair line. So, to better understand plants and growing in general, and I think just our food system, I decided to read some books and watch some films, and I came to a conclusion that early on that Americans are disconnected from how we grow source and sustain our food. So a little comparison here. This is, on the right you'll see something that would be grown hydroponically. It's sitting in a medium called rock wool, and that's how you would start your seeds. On the left is the traditional soil growing method. And so there are a couple of differences. When you're growing with soil, the plant needs, the usual things, water, sunlight, but they get their nutrients from the richness of the soil. With soilless growing, they receive their nutrients from a solution that's man-made with mined minerals, water, and there's usually a grow medium involved. So that could be clay, perlite, or cocoa husk or cocoa flour. So as part of my research, I visited a hydroponic farm in Sarasota, and I just wanted to tell you maybe what some of the benefits of hydroponic growing might be. And so it uses about 2/3 less water than commercial growing. It's portable, and you can grow vertically, so it saves a lot of space. So I wanted to map some existing plug-and-play products on the market, and I found that you're really lacking in a designed, low-cost, and accessible solution. We can see that a lot of these products aren't very attractive, or if they are attractive, I don't know, you don't really get much out of it. It's sort of a pretty thing that sits on your desk. Okay, bear with me. I'm trying to go to the next slide. Okay, and then I happened upon this, which is really interesting. You can see the price tag is $375, and this is a hydroponic growing system meant for the classroom. Anyone that has any knowledge of basic tools and materials can see that there isn't really anything special about this. This is PVC pipe and maybe a few other components, but somehow because it's for the classroom, it's $375, which I think is unacceptable. So I looked at some of the other existing products and tried to map, exactly. Sorry. So, I looked at these other products and wanted to see how they were marketed towards children. These are specifically geared towards children. You can see the price tags, and a lot of them are having to do with hands-on experiments. So there's they're typically geared towards that science element. And then I looked at DIY growing kits and build kits. And I think that my real research came from working at PS216 with Edible Schoolyard. I was really able to get into the garden and experience how to grow things. And I realized that they had something incredibly special there. They have a very holistic program that takes you through the growing process, the harvesting process. In addition to that, the children also learn how to prepare and cook some of the things that they've grown with their own hands. So I researched some different methods of educating children, and I decided to kind of set up some design criteria for myself. So I wanted an element of science, technology, hoping to make an innovative product, focus on simple packaging. I wanted to include a narrative. So this is what I wanted to have my hydroponic kit include. I felt like there were some really basic elements, and you can see that the price here is much less than that $375 price tag. So I was hoping that this would make it more accessible. I began ideating exploring different forms.
Need to put it towards the sound.
Oh, okay. Exploring different forms. I actually built a few systems myself. This is an example of a drip system. You can see that there is a container with water at the bottom, and there's an air pump that forces air and small drips of water up the tube to the top. And that's how the plants are hydrated. There's a mix of nutrient system, there's a mix of nutrient serum in that water, and that's how the plants are sustained. So I continued to prototype thinking what this thing might look like. I wanted there to be storage so that a lot of those ugly components that maybe parents wouldn't want visible in their house could be stored away. I was a lot about a way of incorporating that into packaging. So maybe this could be, you know, one flat pack thing, or maybe the packaging was the product. Here are some other examples of prototyping. And then, as I worked on the kit, and I tried to gather more research from different sources, I sent out this prompt to design a future growing system to some of my friends with children, and I didn't get anything back, but it did inspire another product later on. So I knew that this would expand into a family of products. So I began experimenting with what my brand could look like. And I focused on painting watercolor paintings. I wanted a more natural feel. An example of the book. And so now I'd like to present my brand, Designed to Grow. We're going to start with the website. So the website is meant as a hub for people to be able to share content, ask questions. There's a forum, and there is also the ability to purchase and access some of the products that I'll be going through. So this is Plant Palace. From a distance, it doesn't really look like much. It looks like maybe two plants in a can, or two different cans. But the important thing about it is the sharing component, or the sharing aspect. They would be packaged as one. So one person would purchase this product, and they'd be able to share it with a friend or their pal, and compare notes on when something is sprouted, what their plant may look like. It's a really nice bonding or communal experience, I think, for two children. So here's our hydroponic kit. These are some of the components. So there's a grow book or instructional guide in addition to all the components that make this product work. You can see on this other example that there are handles, there's a spout, so that's easily breathable. A child would very easily be able to carry this to the sink and empty it out. So, you know, we all would hope that there would be a parent that could help the child with this product, but I also wanted to make it so that a child would have really no problem doing this on their own. And here are some examples of longer detail. And this is the Designed to Grow activity book. So this manifested from that original prompt. And here's some examples of the questions that are asked. So it's meant for kids to really be able to think about how things are grown, illustrate how things are grown, and explore that in created by. So I did get a chance to do testing at Edible Schoolyard. They were gracious enough to allow me to use their kids as guinea pigs. So this is an example of that day. And here's an example of some of their work, which was really beautiful. And they all seemed to enjoy it and say that it did make them think about how things were grown. So there are some next steps. I think there is still a lot of work to do, and I'd like to bring this to market. Further testing, packaging, a final product design, and really how these kids are going to form a relationship with this product. And I've created a little something because I think it's really important to thank the people that touch us. And so before I finish, I just want to thank these people. I'd like to thank Bruce Hanna specifically for encouraging us to have cocktails in well-designed restaurants. I think that taking breaks is important, and it's something that Pratt students oftentimes forget to do or feel guilty about doing. I want to thank Steve Diskin for spearheading a program that really changed my life and the way that I look at design. I'd like to thank my fellow GID pioneers. Each and every one of you are my family. And you all helped me grow in ways that I could never imagine. And I love each and every one of you. A tremendous thank you to my advisor, Sinclair, whose kind words inspired me to start treating thesis as a creative outlet and not as an impossible task. And to Joshua, my fiance, for supporting me in everything that I do, even if it's something crazy like traveling the globe for a year without him. And lastly, I want to thank everyone here, including our graduating MID students. 22 of us came together and agreed on the details of one show, and I think that definitely calls for a round of applause.
All right, well, that's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Sam. So as I was saying, the other kind is the kind where the student comes in with a passion about a subject and hunts it down with research and down a very winding and wild road and comes up with something incredible. We're all chained to little glass, metal, plastic devices in our pockets somewhere. If you're not, please see me, I need some advice. Selen's passion for technology and mobility led her to a thesis, which I think is at once obvious and totally confounding and brilliant. I look forward to meditation to see where she takes it in the future. Sincerely. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Selen Sayed, and I'll talk about my design of the mobile communication device. First, I would like to talk about my personal interest in phones. These were the phones that I was using in the past, and I always appreciate them as because of their forms, their colors and textures on them, and the fact that we are able to customize by changing the cases. And my dream was to be a cell phone designer. As I was in high school, I was passionate about being in industrial design and cell phone designer. And I entered to a bachelor's degree in Istanbul Technical University. In the same year, smartphones came out, and made me think that the physical aspect of the phones are gone,
And it was all about the interaction between screen and user. And I decided to forget about my passion and focus on other products, but still stay very interested in electronics. And in my education in Istanbul Technical University, it was mostly focused on problem solving through design. And as years pass, these smartphones are a huge innovation that we use every day, and it changed our life. They're very useful and very helpful. But I started to realize that they are also causing some problems. I observed it and also read a lot of articles about how they are so distracted and make us forget about the physical life, physical world that surrounds us, or ignore the people around us. And for example, this is an image from an article named "For Your Children's Sake, Put Your Smartphone Away," about the parents ignoring their children looking at their phones. And this is another example. This is a bar in Brazil. They designed this glass named offline glass. You can't use it. You have to put this glass on your smartphone so that you don't check it and talk to your friends. Even though, yes, the beer drips on the smartphone, but it shows a problem that needs to be solved. So, problem definition, smartphones are distracted, and I tried to find ways to adjust this and make it maybe less distracting. And I wasn't sure where this project was going to go, and I just started putting all these images of computers, phones, MP3 players, and then I realized something interesting. I don't know if you can see, but when I reached to the point, the smartphones, I realized that I don't really have to find another image because it was all rectangular. It was the realization of the repeating form. And as a Pratt student, what we are questioning all the time is if the form gets better, does it look better? And I learned to ask this question about design. And I think as I was putting those images of smartphones, this didn't really satisfy me as a product language. And I realized also it looks like television, which was always distracting. And speaking of televisions, in 2012, I was in this workshop called TV is Dead, and it was focusing on envisioning the future of television as a tool for establishing dialogue, instead of sitting in front of it and watch it, like a mono-directional. And the categories were producer, networking, play, atmosphere, downtime, companionship. And as you can think of it now, these are the things that we can achieve with smartphones today. However, the form language is still like a TV. And I also found this infographic from Lookout that shows where the people check their phones, and actually all of these actions happens while they're sitting. And it makes me ask this question, are smartphones really mobile, or are we just using them when we are not mobile? It actually makes us sit down and look at it. So how can this be more mobile? But rethinking the physical and digital interaction of smartphones resolve the issues of distraction and mobility. This is my thesis question.
And I started to organize, categorize applications that we use, which ones are actually mobile, which ones are not. And came up with the idea of leaving the static applications to a static kiosks around the city, and then carrying the actually mobile ones with us. And there are some examples of New York City investing on smart kiosks. This is actually, there are many designs happening at these times. So I decided to focus on the product, and that could connect to these kiosks, and made a lot of sketches that how can I carry this mobile product, mobile applications, and made some form studies. And I started with this, let's say, I started to actually think about the form of it. And I didn't want it to be thinner, or thinner. I had this form, and I had the feedback from a lot of people that this was a very chunky product that nobody would want to carry it anymore, because it's all about how it's thin. And then I carved the inside, and it still is thin as a smartphone, but as you handle it, it has a form that you can feel that activates the negative space. And this negative space gave me the opportunity to explore the variables, that I could use this space to put it on my wrist and carry it like that. And speaking of wearables, I attended this event and then met a lot of people who are actually using smart watches, and talked about it. And this person, Matt Jonathan, told me that how smart watches are actually used for notification, and you go back to your smartphone for managing stuff. So this is actually how I started. You get your notification, and then be static and manage everything on another device. And Andrew Fugaya is predicting that smartwatches will be less distracted. And Kaimas told me that he's using a smartwatch with a SIM card, so he doesn't need another phone for managing stuff. But he said he has difficulties with texting. So this feedbacks that I got makes me really wanted to have a wearable device and also a handheld product and something transformable in between. And I continued exploring more. How can I make a handheld and a wearable product that can transform? And I continued exploring the forms, and then came up with the idea of slicing the screen into small parts that help me change the form of the product. These are the mock-ups. I wanted it to be very easy to wear and take out, and be flexible so that it can fit in the wrist. These are other examples of mock-up. And I came up with this form that this elastic band in between helps the screen bend and hold it on your wrist. So this is the form part and the screen. So it's actually the digital and physical comes together. And for texting, all these little screens has a low definition. So I was thinking like, not to have the high definition screen. And this can show you the keypad or the notifications, and they are touch sensitive. And when you wear it, you're able to show a design on your wrist. If you would like to customize it, you're able to change the screen. So when you're handheld in product, it is useful. That shows you the text types. And when you're wearing it, it's visually appealing. And I got the inspiration from Jim Campbell, from his LED installations, and Ericsson phone. And the physical part could be 3D printed and combined. So it's mass customizable in both ways. You can change the screen, what it shows to you, and also the plastic part that you're wearing. Thank you.
Yeah. Probably doesn't matter. What's that? Okay. Well, this is kind of Julia too. I think that each one of you guys are just simply vague. I think, including Cosmo. But and Cosmo is there's no word to describe a person like this in a very short amount of time, because I'm still discovering maybe like a 3% of his offering out of like 100. I just learned that it's just worth it. Talk about dropping bombs. Oh really? But all his life, the entire land of China, every year goes on vacation because it's his birthday time. And he's a very people's person, but you would never have guessed that. And I think that somewhere along the line, he realized that, hey, it's okay to take my own nature, love of people, to have become part of thesis as well. So you'll see some of that trace in his work. And anything cross-cultural is a difficult problem in design, commerce, and also interpersonal. Cross-cultural is interesting. It's an opportunity, but at the same time, it's a really big wall. People use culture as an excuse to say, oh, it's just a cultural thing. So it's like, okay, it's a license to give up and not make any effort to understand anybody else or anything else or anywhere else. But Cosmo has taken on this problem of just working with those boundaries. And for him, he didn't even need to explain that was a problem that he was working on. He just did it. And we kind of like, it's like, hey, you know what, you are working on this problem. It is part of thesis. And I think every problem that you took on is like that. And he's here to show you and talk to you about it. Nice. Okay, Padma, please show us what you did.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share your story before my presentation. The first day I came to New York City, it's like 3 years ago. When I arrived at JFK airport, this is a picture I took on airplane. I was so excited. But when I arrived in the country, I realized like I don't have a cell phone to call my friend, and I know how I can get to Pratt. So I took a taxi, and it cost me like almost 4 hours from JFK to Pratt. It's so hard for me to find it, and it cost me like around $200, which is like terrible. Okay, this is the picture I took at home. It's like very sad. 3 a.m. Okay, after this, I realized like this kind of thing shouldn't happen again. So I worked with Pratt International Affair Office to start a student organization called Chinese Student Association, which we help the new coming students to settle down. Also, we help some culture events like the Chinese New Year celebration. Maybe some of you would have attended that one. You know what? After 1 year, we won an award. It's called the Annual Outstanding Student Organization, and this is the first time for me to know this great guy. After this, I think this is something I would really like to do, and I really like to help people. And we work with the different Chinese art association around the city. All of them from the School of Virtual Art, Fashion Institute of Technology, and the New School of Arts New School for Design. And we started this non-profit organization on July 2014 called Chinese Artists Alliance of New York City. We definitely help the students out, like the people from different schools pick up the students from different maybe other schools, like the School of New School maybe help with Pratt students, and Pratt students may help the School of Virtual Art. And we gather students together to celebrate some very traditional festival. And we have some people to go to the Halloween there. And we also do some educational lectures in around the city. This guy is called Mei Baojun. It's like the most famous Chinese Peking opera artist. And we help the events in United Nations, in School of Virtual Arts and the new schools. Yeah, I will bring the events in Pratt there. Okay. To my understanding, the CAA is a place for the artists and designers from different fields to meet. It's like a platform, and different from like that's where industrial designer meet the performing artist. That's where a fashion designer to meet the photographer, so they can work with each other and share some inspiration. So this is something we did some figures in last year. And this is without the CSSA and CA, I will have no chance to meet this amazing lady. Beifei is a graduate from the Pratt MFA program in the ACM. It's in Manhattan campus. She's also a professional art player. This is the instrument I'm going to introduce. It's called arhu, and as known as Chinese ballet, like two-string bow whole instrument, and it was invited 1,000 years ago. This is a two picture I want to show. First one is Pepe is playing Arhu with a pianist. The one on the right is Pepe is playing Arhu with a rock band. And as you can tell, there's something wrong with the second picture because the product from the ancient and the Eastern cultures always give people some intimidating for the modern people. So we started to work with each other. The goal of this thesis is to take such a product from the Eastern culture and to fuse it into the modern fashion and technology, bring it to like completely new design, probably even more like environmental friendly. Because it used wood and snake skin, a real snake skin, to make the instrument. So we did some experiments. The first one is we're trying to figure out if we can just don't use the snake skin, and it's like scary. Okay, I 3D printed like the exact same size and same shape of the bottom part of our hoop, and I did some tests over 50, and it got some feedback. The sound is very low, and the sound key is not cracked, and the weight of the instrument is too light. So I did another. So this is the conclusion for my first experiment. It's we demonstrate the wood body is a must and the snake skin is not a must. The second experiment is that I want to figure out how you can make the sound louder. So I was inspired by the guitar pickup, which can make the acoustic guitar to be like electric guitar. So I find a transducer, one kind of the pickup, and also an amplifier to test it out. And I 3D printed this hollow prototype to invert the pickup in. See if it works. Also, I got some feedback from Pepe. Like the space of the two strings is too big to play, and the couple moves one plate. The couple is like the bridge of the instrument. And another feedback is about the neck, because the neck looks like really straight. So I want to make something happen to that. So the back neck has to be straight because the hand moves up and down. But the front neck can be slightly curved. I did a third experiment to figure out how the arco should be look like. So I did this experiment. Let me show you some video. For the experiment, I used a function generator which can provide a long-lasting sound, which you can control the volume and the frequency of the sound, and use a vibration speaker so you can transfer the sound to be like really it's one way to make the sound into a graph. Okay, so I did I'm trying to test out the sound of our hoop, how the graph can be look like. smell face. Okay, so yeah, I got some different patterns from our group and the reference speaker. So this curvy shape inspired me about how the final prototype will be look like. So yeah, this some working of my prototype making. And this is some details of the final product. Yeah, so right now let's invite Fei to do a small test first. Wait, this is a big back up. In case battery dies. I also did the website for all the electric instrument player to play with each other, to find like their teammates, maybe globally. Maybe someone in Australia can play electric guitar with someone from America can play electric bass with someone in China, maybe can play with some together. Yeah, maybe they can make a like global band. So the website is called Lo-Fi. I have a working prototype. You can find it in my website. This is some pictures. And this is like how they play with each other, and they can have their profile to be like like a social website for the electric instrument players. And they can find teammates in like different field. So that's it. Last but not least, I would like to thank all our our industrial design faculty and all my studio mates and my classmates and also my family. You are the coolest people I know in this world. Thank you. our side. So you guys have like very
It's perfect. It'll break right after you.
First time for me to send some flowers. First Saturday, yes.
There's no magic. Yes. Yeah, right? So,
Doing great right now. Greedy vultures. Greedy vultures. Fancy. I will make you the name only. There comes you sit down. Thanks for listening. Very awkward. Oh my God.
Hello? Hey everyone, we're going to get started again for presentations. If you can find your way to your seats, that would be amazing. Exits are located on the wings. Everybody, it's time for presentations. Okay, more. Find your way to your seats. And we will begin. Yes, thank you all for coming. One more time. Please find your way to your seats.
Just naturally. Probably.
Mariana. So when someone is interested in everything and also knows how to do a lot of different things, such as Mariana, it creates a challenge and an opportunity. So there's a reason for why Mariana calls the project still the case, a case study. Because she could have done so many other projects for her thesis, and I believe they all would have turned out as well. In a thorough endeavor, the case study turned out to be what you can actually call a line of products almost ready for production.
Hi. My name is Mariana.
and I'm here to talk to you about communication between people and objects. Whether actively or subtly, objects communicate with people, and over time a bond is developed. This bond is often filled with sentiments such as attachment, love, jealousy, pride, and even friendship. Think of the bond between a chef and his knives, carefully sharpened and taken care of. This mutual communication is based on the initial script that we as designers write. The limits of my language means the limits of my world. How we write this initial script and the language we use most often defines this communication. And the only way we can improve this is by creating new definitions. So we can ask then, how might we develop a more comprehensive language to address these issues? How will we improve this communication? And how might we apply a different perspective? It is also our job as designers to propose solutions on how objects should be designed to address these issues. This project tries to develop a more comprehensive language to create objects based on the needs and behaviors of people. So what are some of the objects that are not well-mannered or behave? Some objects lack physical feedback, strongly rely on digital solutions, or provide irrelevant data feedback. On the contrary, some objects, and without intent, are designed taking into account the different behaviors people normally have, the good and the bad. For example, a whistling teapot that when left unattended will alert you so the water doesn't evaporate, basically. A toothbrush that over time is designed to let you know when your bristles fade away that it's time to throw it out. The same with a syringe is designed in order to make it basically foolproof that changes the color after you're using so you can throw it away. For this thesis, I decided to do a case study to explore this. I could choose a particular object that was that did not address these issues. I decided to apply this to the current pillbox. And why a pillbox is a very important question. It's a very random object, I know, but I started to look at objects around me and found that the one item that I carried with me everywhere and was a central part of my life was this thing that held only pills. An object that was completely detached from my needs, daily struggles, and daily struggles with my treatment, and a general lack of support for a medical condition that was going to be part of my life pretty much forever. It became a personal object that left me wanting more. It didn't matter that I had a strong bond to it, but it just wasn't doing its job properly. And after doing research, interviewing people, testing my theories, and pretty much realizing the complexities of the problem before me, I developed two scenarios that would focus on very particular needs. So, pillboxes are not a common topic of conversation, and this is part of the problem as well. So I'm going to go through some of its fascinating history and some of the current solutions out there. These are some of the most interesting examples that I could find that I wanted to show you. Some of these are beautiful objects made of wood, silver, and ivory, all the way to the 1800s. These were intended for the wealthy people to use because of their choice of material. Regular folks like you and me would probably just carry their medication in small cloth pouches. Current pillboxes continue to serve the same purpose. We have organizers that lack physical feedback and kind of send the wrong message sometimes. We have programmable electronic reminders that provide sometimes irrelevant feedback that are a little bit hard to manage. And most current solutions lose the personal process. They keep addressing these same issues over and over again the same way. This research was mostly done by talking to people who take medication on a regular basis and that are on a long-term treatment. I wanted to know what the user's needs and daily struggles were, to find out what type of behavior they had in their treatment. Are there any good behaviors that I could reinforce or bad behaviors that I could change? And the general attitudes towards the illness and medication they had. I started doing a deconstruction of the problem. This helped me map out different elements and the key things that were involved in medication management. So we have four major things that are important. Medication and its issues, storage, dosing, refilling,
the system and the network, family, friends, doctor, pharmacy, so the patient and the awareness they have of their illness, and the setting, both public and private. These are some of the factors of compliance, which are but I decided to focus on 4 areas of interest that I wanted. Reminders, how to provide a positive feedback. To focus on the system and the network that would connect and engage with the user. To focus on the illness and the stigma of self-consciousness and tackling the public intake of medication and at-home perception. What does this mean? Did you have guests over? Do you stash them away? And how to simplify the treatment. How to make this easier and less of a burden for patients, and maybe even fun. Okay, so the research revealed something quite interesting. For example, surprisingly, more than half of people were taking some sort of medication on a regular basis, considered like vitamins and stuff like that. Most people were in long-term treatment, and most people took less medication than expected. Like, I thought for some reason that it would be like, people taking a lot of pills, which was not the case. Some of the key findings of this were that there are many different problems for different patients with different needs. For example, some people forget to take their medication. And there is a general bad outlook towards the future because managing medications is a burden. Organizing pills is considered fun. Some people actually look forward to it. And stigma will prevent a successful treatment. And after all of this, basically something came very clear. There was no single solution for this very complex problem, so I focused on 2 particular needs. This is what I'm calling the scenario number 1, which is once a day medication, and it's for patients that are on long-term treatment and have a particular time of day that they take their medication. For example, when they wake up or when they go to bed. The main problem here is that people forget to take their medications. It's mostly because the only physical touch point they have is their prescription bottle that's on the nightstand. There is no actual need for a pill case because people take it at home and they keep it usually on their nightstand, their bathroom, their kitchen counter, usually. So I started doing some explorations. And the first explorations were intended to help pretty much sort medication and create a place for it, to create a habit and to display it in the open. Following on how to organize bottles and making it visible so it would work as a reminder. And, well, this is the final concept. It is a pill base that is focused on a particular time of day, morning and bedtime, but it can be adapted to a particular treatment. It plays off on a positive behavior by placing it in a place where you do daily tasks such as waking up, going to sleep, brushing your teeth, and you're reinforcing this and creating a healthy habit. Acting as a reminder by providing a place for your daily meds, following the reverse of out of sight, out of mind. Doctors actually recommend you to keep your medication visible at all times. So this provides a place at home for display. It is a system that adapts to the treatment to simplify storage. And by being flexible, by having the option of using it with different medications, for example, or by adding different modules according to your needs. And it's in an array of colors. You can indicate the medication, or it can also act as an identification for a family member. Being at 2 places at the same time, it's kind of impossible to do. And although the medication is primarily taken at home, it can be separated to take on the go to take. So this is scenario number 2, which is on the go. That's the actual pill case. It is intended for some patients that need to take their medication at different times of day. Some may need to adapt their treatment, and it's also intended for social stigma that plays an important role. These explorations were focused on creating different combinations, the change in order for the different times of day and focusing on movement, exploring different flexible compartments and how to flat pack plates for carry, and thinking on providing flexibility for the user and how to dispense medication easily. Focusing mostly on 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night, and the modularity of it. Okay. The final solution there was an exploration of different movements on how it could be connected and could interact with the user, how to make it playful and provide an activity you would actually look forward to by opening, closing, twisting, things that would attract each other. The final solution is a pillbox on the wheel that adapts. It suits for 4 times a day, morning, afternoon, dinner, and bedtime, having a sequence of time by color. It adapts to the treatment by providing different combinations, letting the user pretty much establish their own code. It bolts into itself for carrying, and it has an open and closed position. It is a playful object that it has quite a unique interaction with the user. It makes something that you kind of want to play around with and use with your hands. It is a part of a larger system. It is encoded for different times of day by simply adding more modules to it. This code is kind of unique to the user. And it's intended for both at home and lastly, I want to show you a short video on like how it kind of works. And last, that's pretty much the end of like the first, like what I hope is the first case study. But it's an application that goes beyond. I think that in conclusion, like as designers, by rewriting this script, we can create scenarios that help address these issues and help people respond to change, basing it on actual needs and relating it to human behaviors and not the other way. By providing mutual feedback, and this way we can establish a better understanding. This case study tackling not only the complexities of managing a treatment, but also starting the conversation with the problem, and thus including the communication. Thinking further along, I would see this viewpoint or this perspective being applied of rewriting scripts being applied to any other case study or any other object, basically, by redefining the language that we actually use.
Sue has been an incredible person to have in the room. She's been a total joy to teach. Her commitment to her work is relentless, and her pursuit of it unflinching. It's a tough topic. It's a serious topic that we're addressing in our country, and I hope we can learn how to be a leader in fixing it before we continue to be a global leader in creating it. So with that, sugar monster.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sue Lee, and I would like to present you
with my thesis, Sugar Monster. So when I first started this whole journey of my thesis, I thought about what I love, and I love food, mostly due to TikTok. I grew up in Seoul, South Korea in the 80s and 90s, where it was abundant with delicious and cheap street foods ranging from 10 cents to $1. However, my family was going through a lot of economic hardship. So sometimes I wouldn't even have a single dime in my pocket to ride the city bus home. So I missed out on a lot of these delicious street foods and junk foods from the corner stores. But when I went home, my mom was still managed to prepare always these healthy traditional Korean meals that are inexpensive. So I ended up eating a lot healthier. And when I was 13, I moved to America, a small city in Gardner, Massachusetts. I spent most of my middle school and high school days in Massachusetts, and this is how my day looked like in food. I started with cereal. I would eat 2 Pop-Tarts on the way to school, have hot dogs and pizza and everything for lunch, and then go have another whole pie of pizza for myself for dinner, and ice cream for dessert. So I guess I was compensating myself for what I have missed out and deprived in my childhood. But then I was experiencing a lot of chest pains, stomach pains, and some weight gain. I would always have these 15-pound up and down fluctuations. And I started thinking about my relationship with food. And I felt that it has changed depending on my age, my family's income, and where I live. And last year, I came across this article in the New York Times on food insecurity issue in South Bronx. The hungry people were becoming excessively fat instead of becoming skinny. They couldn't afford food, they were eating a lot of foods that are available to them. And then I was introduced to this experiment by pediatricians in California. They did a study on children between ages 4 to 6 to see if they could actually recognize brands and prefer based on the brand. The children are given the same exact food from McDonald's in white package, and the majority of the children prefer the ones in McDonald's, even the carrots. It was evident that the impact of advertising for children for food is very significant for children. So I started thinking, what are the cause and effects of food insecurity? Food insecurity starts when people don't have enough, they're in poverty, they can't afford buying good food, and they're living in food deserts where they can, they're living too far away to have access to fresh food. So they eat what is available. The food insecure people then would buy productized food. For what they could pay for, they can get a decently packaged product. It is part of psychological impact, psychological effects. It's a conspicuous. These productized foods are loaded with sugar, salt, and fat, and preservatives and chemicals. And these, they have negative health impacts on human health, and resulting in many health concerns such as diabetes, heart disease, low immune system, and many complications, including obesity. From here, I met with experts in food and social work industry to understand what is going on in the world of food. And I read a lot of books and watched lots of documentaries. Then I got to learn that 35% of Americans are obese, and the number is growing. We're the fattest country in the world. So what are we eating? So when you go to a grocery store, you see these aisles filled with packaged foods, boxed, bottled, bags, and canned goods. These products are carefully engineered with a certain ratio of sugar, salt, and fat. And in the 1980s, the fat-free craze came along, and everybody started going on fat-free diets or low-fat diets because people believe that eating fat causes them to become fat.
But when you take the fat out of the flavor, the food starts to taste nasty. It is dry, it tastes like cardboard. So the food industry added sugar to make it for the taste. So your fat-free diet ends up being a sugar-loaded diet. With this, 80% of the packaged foods in our grocery stores are filled with added sugar, and without realizing, we're eating them all. We are eating a lot of the added sugar. The World Health Organization recommends that 10% of our daily energy source comes from sugar, which equals 12 teaspoons or 60 grams. But in reality, the average Americans consume 22 to 30 teaspoons of sugar, which is significantly different from the recommendation. And this is sugar, like how your brain reacts to sugar. Sugar has addictive qualities. Your brain reacts pretty much the same way to sugar as if it was a drug. Your brain gets excited, and after that, it takes higher dose to keep you excited. So when you eat sugar, your blood sugar rises, and you become insulin resistant, which causes many health complications. While this is going on, your brain gets excited and addicted and wants more sugar. So you end up eating more and more, and this vicious cycle happens. And the sad thing is, children's taste systems prefer much higher level of sweets than adults. So when children start eating more sugar-heavy processed foods, it becomes difficult for to control how much they eat. It was really depressing for me to learn that our children's generation may have a shorter lifespan than their parents. The younger generations are the future of this country and the world, but they're becoming sicker. And this is how I got to my thesis. Design can build a new relationship between food and humans and guide people in developing new habits and tools at a younger age. By design, revealing what is hidden in the current food manufacturing, providing proper education and nutrition, and developing a healthier eating habits for children can be achieved. And here's my approach at developing a healthy relationship. Recently, the U.S. Department of Agriculture scrapped the food pyramid and replaced the guidelines with this Choose My Plate icon, suggesting that each meal should have a balanced portion of fruits, vegetables, grains, and proteins and dairy. But when you look at the reality in America, that isn't true. Last November, there was this trending hashtag in Twitter. School children in middle school and high school were tagging their nasty, mushy, unsatisfying lunches and hashtagging thanks Michelle Obama, sarcastically thanking the First Lady for their gross lunches. I looked into how other parts of the world are feeding their children during lunches, and these pictures are based on the government standards for public school lunches. In comparison, what American students are eating, as you see in the corner, chicken nuggets and mashed potatoes and cookies, are very much processed and not so nutritious. So what are the public schools, are the public schools doing a good job teaching the children how to eat healthy? If the schools are not doing a good job at it, then the educations may have to be brought back home. So here's my first proposal. I developed this dinner tray. The dinner tray is a ceramic tray that has a set of graphics on each section to suggest healthy eating habits by eating fresh produce at home. So when they go back to school, they can apply this knowledge on of healthy eating and make better choices when selecting lunch options at school. And then I went back to Choose My Plate icon and developed a set of my own graphics. And thought, is there a way to divide the plate into 4 sections with a physical divider to graphically educate and remind children how to eat a healthy and balanced meal? So I first started exploring into this idea by making a porcelain plate divider last summer in Poland. And then from here, I continued developing this concept in silicone and to make it flexible, affordable, and utilitarian to fit any plate available at home. And that's how Plate Plus was born. The Plate Plus is a tool that divides the plate into 4 sections. I also explore into many color options to appeal more to children. So this plate you see is divided into fruits, vegetables, and greens and proteins. And here are other variations of the Plate Plus inside. Try to formulations of it. I also approached in ways to teach children how to decide on their own. So I thought about a reward system, like Scout's patches. What if there were patches for the children's cooking classes, that as they learn how to cook and eat certain fresh produce, they earn a patch on their apron. So I first developed a set of graphics that resembles fresh produce bitten to represent that they cooked and ate and they filmed. And so these are the bite patches. They can be simply ironed onto the apron. They're thin, flexible, and washable. So the apron can be, and the patches can maintain a good shape after cooking classes. And here's a closer shot of another apron. And patches can be ironed on various configurations. After developing these 3 products, I asked myself, how can I put a story to tie everything together so that they can be side products and have a better appeal to children and advertise themselves. And I started thinking about books, a storybook. I looked at books that are out there on sugar and health. Many books that are out there are for adults, and they're very science, nutrition, and statistics heavy books, not really for children. And then also the children's storybook were more focused on the dental health side of the sugar. So there wasn't a book that demonizes the sugar based on the health impact to children and adults. And here's my storybook, Sugar Monster. In this book, O's is a sugar monster that hides in foods in many different names. I picked the name O's because a lot of the sugar names, such as maltose, fructose, lactose, sucrose, dextrose, and glucose, a lot of those end in OSE, so those names. And then there's Bunny Goggles. He's a character that teaches children how to find where O's is hiding and protects children against O's and teach them how to make their own decisions. A couple images from the book, and here's Maya. She loves breakfast food, very colorful and sweet and delicious. But she gets sick, and her blood sugar rises, and she's not feeling well, and there's sugar monster. So Bunny Goggles appears and teaches her that, hey, there's sugar monster hiding you, and they let me teach you how to read nutrition facts label, and the character shows that there's sugar hiding in this package. And then this is sugar monster goes wrapping around, creeping around, and making Maya cry. And Bunny Goggles helps, puts the sugar monster back in the box and traps them. But I can't do it alone because there are sugar monsters hiding everywhere. So Bunny Goggles teach the children how to eat healthy, eat what's natural, like fruits and vegetables. So these little choices that you make will keep you. So I have. So this book is available in print and also an ebook. You can buy them on Blur right now. I also am developing an app that the children and parents can access through a smart device, such as a smartphone. User can scan the barcode on the product through the green goggles, and the app figures out if the sugar monster is hiding in the product and calculates how many grams of sugar is recommended for the user per day, and then gives the comparison for the product that you just scanned. And you can also document what you ate for the day, and the app calculates how much sugar that was consumed in total. From here, I would like to figure out how to get this book published and continue developing the Plate Plus and continue on learning the ways to educate children and parents through design. Thank you.
That's again, Ignacio Vina. When I introduce William. To the MID program, there are just a few candidates that have an industrial design background, and William is one of them. As industrial designers, some of us try sometimes to wrap too many vectors at the same time as fast as we can. But William used his quietness and precise talent to understand a few things that are behind of the daily artifacts we live with, and find strong inspirations for new metaphors and new products.
So hi, my name is Sujin, and my work is about electronic design, which is inspired by nature. One of my favorite designers was the nature said, nature is something that we can be very used to see. But when viewed from a different perspective, it can be overwhelming. That sense of awe is what we perceive as beauty. One thing that I found myself consistently infatuated with is that element of beauty in nature. And this is one of the examples that he presents this idea. It is called water for table, and as the name explains, it mimics the shape of water. What he did through this design was using nature as a metaphor. By mimicking the flow of water, he created this unique picture. Using nature as a metaphor was frequently used design method for a long time. But the difference between now and past is that now many designs are not only replicating its form, but also mimicking its movement or sound that stimulates user interest. By allowing users to interact with various senses, users are able to engage deeply in design, and it remains in their memories long. This is the area that I was interested in. But since this kind of design occurred recently, I wanted to know how others think about this kind of designs. By showing them existing products and letting them to choose both the most and the least they like, and listening to the reason, I was able to understand what factors can be included. Also, by showing them different phenomena of nature, I tried to learn what kind of scene they want to experience and don't. And by referring Kobayashi map, I asked them to describe their feeling using adjectives to know how they think. Through the interview, I found that many people like the products that provides calm and peaceful environment, and that gives solid amusement. On the contrary, people dislike the products that have strong character and have distracting elements. Subtleness was the keyword that lead my direction, and refined character was the key elements of this kind of design. How designers interpret nature to be part of this type of design. So there are many ways to utilize nature to design objects, but none of them were properly applied. It is similar to using as a metaphor, but it was not about applying either its form nor its structure directly. So I wanted to do it in my own way, and I made it methodology design. By referring the characteristic of elements of nature and the way that we interact with them, and finding the way to apply to our daily use objects. So I wanted users to experience the concept of design in a very subtle way. as using metaphor is something that people get inspired and apply to a product directly. I also tried a similar process to test whether the economy design works or not. And in order to do that, I had to think about from where to start. And I found that in ancient times, regardless of culture or continent, people believed that nature was consist of 4 elements: air, water, earth, and fire. So I decided to start from there. So based on these elements, I started to observe and question myself, what are their characteristics? How do we interact with them? And came up with keywords that I later tried to connect with our thesis to consider the relationship of each other and to come up with each other. And these are some of the ideas that I wanted to experiment further. From air and water, I found that both have a strong characteristic, which is flow. But the way that we perceive flow in nature is not only by its form. Sometimes we can feel it, we can smell it, and we can see it not because of its form, but because of the reflection that it makes. So I tried to see the flow from different aspects and try to find a different way to perceive the flow as we do in nature. What I found is that the reflection that it makes was the crucial factor for the flow, and even when it is pixelated, it was very subtle. So I started to play with rectangular and change the angle to create a flowing effect. With this idea, I came up with designing a tile that creates a flow on the wall by its reflection. Based on the angle and the light condition of its surrounding, I expected to create the flowing effect. One of the ideas that I was inspired by Earth is that it is transportable. We use Earth not only to stand on it, but also utilize it to maintain food or grow something under the ground. So by referring this role of Earth, I thought, what if a certain area transformed into something that provides an function? I started to think about structure that makes flat surface change into something by pulling out, by pushing, and electricity. And I chose the one which interests me and which is kind of unpredictable to see how it's set up. And I try to make in different size and different materials so that I can find what kind of products this can become. When I enlarged to around 3 by 3 feet, I realized that people could lean on it or use as a table. So with a proper structure embedded, I came up with a space-saving furniture that is hidden on the floor and that can be pulled out when users want to use. From observing fire, I found that fire is something terrible and it responds to users. So I thought, what if light is a tangible particle and reacts to users? I made several LED lights and started to play with them to understand how this idea can become a reality. Also, I tried to experiment different materials and components to verify whether it's a particle. And I came up with this prototype that shows how the idea can practically be used. It is tangible and collectible so people can carry and place it wherever they want. And also, I wanted to have similar characteristics as color. With this idea, I tried to design a lighting grid that can be placed anywhere the user wanted to be and react based on user action.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah, you're here.
Yeah.
Actually, this went on for a whole year. I never knew that Yang would come to class until he got there. It was great.
Great year.
Yeah. Look at this. And I also learned that like he had to leave early before he he's supposed to get a signature on his book. Because he has to go to a wedding. So I'm like, whose wedding? And it's like mine. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's still happening, right?
Yeah. That's why my wife is here.
Oh, she's here too. Hi, good to see you again. So yes, life comes with many surprises. And now, you help me with that. So is this oh, did you change your thesis?
Yeah, most probably. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll find out.
All right. I know he made a lot of stuff. And it was great to have you available. It was. But I know he was doing stuff. It's been great. That's your job. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Yang and my thesis is called Imitation Duck, and attempt to make original copies. So, growing up in China, I was very much immersed in a copy-centric culture and environment. Over there, everything is copied, and sometimes that gives Chinese product design a bad rep. We copy everything from architecture to big cars, to small cars, to brands, and even books. Has anybody ever read Harry Potter and the Leopard Walk Up to Dragon? But not all art and design in China is unoriginal. There is plenty of work that borrows from predecessors and adds an innovative twist. This Chinese artist has taken a classic Shanshui painting on the left and painted his own modern version with trash that is accumulated around him. This artist on the right has reimagined Chinese propaganda art, adding whimsy by putting some Red Army soldiers in a modern karaoke set. So I wanted to look outside of my home country for other influences and instances of copying. Who else? Who better to ask than Pablo Picasso, who says, "Good artists copy and great artists steal." He himself practiced this, actually, and before creating groundbreaking Cubism art, he iterated on his own work and borrowed heavily from the inspirations around him. He was supposed to have seen this African Dan mask at an ethnographic museum in Paris, and you can kind of see that there are influences that are prevalent. Andy Warhol's tomato soup cans are multiples or copies of themselves on many different levels. He copies himself, he's copying a type of advertising technique, and the process that he's using is also very, say, repetition centric, because he continues to work with screen printing. to make more copies of its own work. In 17th century, Danish imported blue and white porcelain from China and loved it so much that Royal Copenhagen Manufacturing adapted a program and system to innovate on this material. Today, the blue fluted name and design is undeniably Danish. This aesthetic has been adapted and embedded into their own culture. Graphic design is another industry where copying, or sometimes plagiarism, is prevalent and often. Fashion, of course, where laws against direct plagiarism are not as enforced as many other industries, is another industry where you'll find lots of copying. Here we see on the left is Celine, and on the right is Zara. On the left is Dior, and on the right is Zara. On the left is Kenzo, and on the right is Zara. Right, yeah, so, okay, this is frowned upon or whatnot, but they did really well for themselves, because in 1970, it took them 6 months to get from design all the way to production, and now, or in 2000, it only takes them 6 weeks. So, kind of good for them. Okay, so other examples, Facebook did well for themselves by copying off of Friendster, which was there, on the internet before LinkedIn or MySpace. And then there's also this example of Bape and Nike. Nike is on the left here, and they came out with the Air Force One in 1982. Bape later on waited for the patent to run out, and they just straight up put their logo on the side of that shoe. They've gone on to actually do more colorways, and there's a rumor that Nike's actually like working with them secretly to generate this stuff. That's all. Shoe talk. So I kind of started to map out all these things that I'm picking up, these products that I was really interested in. Beautiful things, not so beautiful things, or yeah, mostly. And then I started to map them onto this grid of like original versus copy, or I put it there as not copy. And then it kind of naturally formed a relationship with the cost of manufacturing, of its sale. So that's why on the other pole you'll see expensive versus cheap. And I realized as I collected all these items that some of the more expensive items, or the hard to copy items, are maybe what designers would like. And for me, the designer and other like-minded designers, we want to protect our own work from copying. It's super important, and the more expensive and original a work may be, the harder it is for other people to copy. But it seems like that might be neglecting what the consumer ultimately wants. And they're down there, actually in the bottom left corner, where everything is super cheap and very, very original. This is very ideal, I suppose. So, maybe I should just design products that are more closely aligned to the consumer's needs. Sure, there's a conflict. Copying, makes the designer more efficient in the good and bad sense of the word. But for the end user, they really want, they don't want a copy product. They want something ideally very unique and affordable. So maybe with, or as I set out and finally got to here, I realized that my thesis is to possibly use methods of copying that I have maybe pulled out through my research to create original products that are cheap, durable, beautiful, and eco-friendly. Okay, so this is probably very difficult. One of the approaches to copying is extraction. I think this is one of the more obvious ones. For example, let's say Hans Wegner, one of my favorite furniture designers, he extracts some essence of an item that he sees. In this case, the Chinese chair. And he adds his own flavor to it by making it simple or more suited towards his design aesthetic. he makes it not only a part of him, but ultimately a part of Danish design culture, which is really impressive. Now you can find Hans Wegner's chairs on sale on Alibaba for about $80 a piece. But other artists have taken this idea of extraction and in this case, again, the Chinese chair, they're able to take the same item and, while copying, make their own interpretation of it. So I saw this table at ICFF. It was a live edge table by Sentient, a company here in Brooklyn that makes live edge furniture, and they kind of blended metal, glass, and wood together. I wanted to do this. I wanted to have some live edge wood, work with metal, use sustainable resources, and come up with a piece of functional furniture. Something that was at the scale that I'd like to explore. Started with small sketches. Actually, most of these are done with my wife, so she'd be proud to see this. Went to Brooklyn, went to Rico, Brooklyn, cut up some slabs of wood, and started to design a table, basically just diving into it. And already, as I'm trying to, or attempting to copy Sentient in their beautiful furniture, I'm hitting certain snags. The furniture looks too chunky, and it's a little heavy too. So I added this curvature onto the bottom, so that the material, the furniture itself could be light, while still retaining the strength in the critical parts where legs. So I made it, and it works, I guess. You can put a feet on it, and it looks nice and thin. Another great thing that happened, though, actually, is that the CNC machine really messed up. It carved these huge gashes into the bottom, into the underside of the wood, and actually gave me an opportunity to pour pewter in. I met with Michael, who's sitting here, to grab his material and his hardware and started basically filling these gaps with metal, kind of coming back to my original goal of fusing these sustainable materials together. To get it flat, it takes a lot of grinding. So production times is calculated in many seconds. All right, so I decided maybe I need to make another piece of furniture to improve on this. Here I started to employ, a method of copying, which we're all very familiar with also, called iteration. iPhone, as we see, they iterate on themselves. They copy their previous generation and create a newer version. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. stacked together. Mi Phone from China has gone one step further and not only iterated on iPhone, but also on themselves. And now they are the biggest cell phone distribution company in China, which is, again, very impressive. So, let me just point out one more success story. Subor, or Xiaobalong, is a video game console company. They created this video game system, which looks very familiar to this Nintendo console on the right, called the Famicom. But what they did with it is that instead of staying status quo, they took the guts of that machine and put it inside a computer and introduced it to schools, selling it as an educational tool. It was so successful that Jackie Chan endorsed it. And today, Subor continues their tradition of copying, creating the A10 video game system. It looks very familiar to a Nintendo Wii. So why not? I should iterate on myself, I think. I want to make the next table that I make thinner, lighter, stronger, faster, cheaper. So I took the same method, of making a compound curtain on a slab of wood. Took materials that were stock, again, thinner, and changed the process a little bit so that it would be more precise. Splitting up the different construction processes so that like I could keep things under control while conforming to this live shape of the wood. And bam, table number 2. Okay, yeah, it's kind of cool. And now, like it's usable. It's even thinner than before, and much lighter. Shots. Okay, production time, fewer cigarettes. Not as many, but still a lot. Then I came upon this other method of copying, mutation. So I guess this one is not so obvious, but this Danish artist, or maybe Finnish artist, he generated the same 3D printer and proceeded to kind of mess with the machine as it was printing so that it would create these anomalies, kind of creating these unique items as he was copying. So from the previous idea, or the previous piece of furniture, I thought, okay, maybe I can take this live slab of wood, the standard leg, and simply work on the connection between the two, this metal connection, whatever it is. Here, it's very complex, which is unnecessary. And I decided to do a little more sketching and exploring until I discovered a lollipop method, I guess, where I could fuse like one standard item with another using the pewter and a clean, well set up jig system. You get different shapes based on different types of jig you have. And here, I mean, I'm going crazy. I'm trying like fat lollipops, like twisted lollipops, like pieces that are melded with the plank themselves and undetachable. And sometimes, fusing metal on top right with the wood again. So really experimenting and trying to get these different methods of fusing this joinery system down. This is the smoking man. I like this one because it has something to do with smoking again, but also like you're able to connect the metal leg or metal joint or metal component to the wooden other wooden component just very cleanly, and it just stays there. And it's also structural, so that was a good mistake or whatever it was to have. And this chair looks awfully like a milking stool, so still furniture. Here I created, from there I went on to build the spider chair, I guess. This one's really splayed out, and it looks a lot like Philippe Stark's juicer, or that alien thing from War of the Worlds. I decided to keep on this copying path, multiplying, like generating the same thing over and over and over again until maybe it creates an entirety, a whole, like the many components come together to make a unit or something, or an environment. With the joinery method that I came up with, maybe then you can take any single individual component, like aluminum extrusion, and fuse it with any other strange type of live edge wood. For example, using a specific jig system and some live edge wood, you can create shelving, where the pewter is fused into the wood, in a different direction from what I was using before. And the production time of this one is 30 cigarettes, I would say, like it's a little less now. This one is a CNC bench with single metal legs kind of inserted into the surface. Looks like this, very fast to produce. This one took about 20 cigarettes with all the CNC modeling. Took some inspiration to fuse metal with it again. this time I created this side table. And from that, this very strange joining method occurred. Because the underside was compound and crazy, I had no method of really creating a jig. So I used just simply friction and wedging to put the legs together into the wood. This production time was much faster actually. It only took 5 seconds. So, pieces into other pieces without even using a jig, decreasing time and decreasing everything else. So experimented with this method, where it was simply having the right diameter of hole and the right diameter of leg to create a friction contact, a jig in of itself. So that's how I made the low stool. And from there, this one took only 2 seconds. So, and then finally I made a tall stool. This took no time at all. Actually, I was going to build this right here, but it was might have been a fire hazard. So what's next? Actually, since doing this project, since yesterday, I've kind of scrapped the entire idea. I don't want to do this furniture stuff anymore. I decided that I'm going to copy other people who inspire me, especially my peers. I'm going to take elements of what they do and create something unique. Design. It's a house like where the window goes out and you can see the sky, right? One side of the wall is like this inflating one where you fall into the texture. The top is an undulating surface and it moves. On the other side of the wall is like this coral kind of thing going on. If anybody's inside, you can wear this awesome suit that tracks your movements. The balls on your core. Suitcase that follows you around. And if you wear glasses, you'll see a sugar Henry Yu, who was my advisor, and put up with me not coming to class a lot of times, I would say.
Well, you did come at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I said that, right? Every class, you never not came. But I wasn't sure.
Michael, my predecessor, who basically gave me all the tools and knowledge that I could possibly need to do this, really. And my classmates who inspired my final project. My parents who unfortunately couldn't be here right now, but they're probably going to watch the replay. And countless knowing or unknowing contributors. Thank you very much.
Terrific. So, wahoo, everyone. That's everyone. We're going to call up Scott and the thesis advisors to close it out.
Yeah, you have to say something.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I just wanted to say we think you need to know and continue to study. Second year, you start to look around at things you might be able to do with it. And then third year, you got to tell us something new.
To also congratulate all of you. And in my introduction, I wanted to just, with all my heart, say thank you. I so enjoyed this year, my first year of teaching thesis. I love coming to class every time, and it's so much fun. And actually, I realized that I had almost all of you in year 2 So this is such a pleasure to see everything coming to a close and in such a great way. I also think it just represents our program so well, how diverse it is, the different voices that emerge. I'm just so proud of all of you.
It's I'm still discovering rumors about myself, like in different parts of the world. You know what I mean? It's like, what? This is after like a decade. You thought that about me? Really? I didn't know that about myself. So, but actually, that's in reference to the fact that there's, I think, words like growth or change or finding yourself is a very understatement of what goes on here with every one of you guys. And that's not just students. It's actually like every time that these presentations, these get-togethers happen, I'm like, you know what? This is why I really like to get up in the morning, want to get out to work with. So that's it's really nice. Thank you so much, and I really will miss you. This is bad. All right. Thank you.
I congratulate every one of you. Very well. Thank you for accepting us to be in the studio. And it was a great job for everyone. It was a big effort, not only from you, that you were working on that for years, but also for the department, for faculty, for a lot of contributions. So the objects and artifacts that we are looking at them is the result of a huge effort of a lot of people, especially you. I just wanted to say that it's for a long time. I know July where you started, like that, but you probably will be away for a little bit. Come back. Come back to school. Come back. Be close to school because you're part of the problem. So, congratulations.
I came back. It really works. And I still show some of you my thesis. I hope as you walk away from this and take the models further and further from your eyes, you see the pattern underneath the work that you've done over the last 2.5, 3 years, whatever. I guess it's all been 3 for you. This is a methodology that you can apply to anything, and I hope you do. We hope you do. We need you. Come back to Pratt and serve, but go out there and serve. The world needs you. You have tremendous responsibility, tremendous skill, and accountability. Represent yourselves, represent Pratt, represent humanity, make smart choices, and make this world different and better. I think that's why we all came here to do this. But when you get your face buried in the work, it becomes hard to see the forest from the trees. So celebrate this moment, celebrate your models, take them home, crush them, and get on with your lives.
Oh yeah, great idea.
Okay, so all of the students graduating, please come out and take a picture. And then we need to turn this place into a party place. So we're going to need help with the chairs. We have a program.
I didn't get it from Pratt, I saw it. Yeah.